Okay. What's this? Open this. Open
L0
this.
of breaked was first.
L0 of breaked. Easy first. Okay. Okay. Sent out the notification. All right. Early stream, yes. Early start, early end. We gotta start moving my sleep schedule earlier because Sunday we gotta be up at 7 a.m. in the morning. 7 a.m. waking up in the morning. Gotta be fresh. Gotta go downstairs. Waiting all day for the stream. Let's go. EST time, Pacific time. 7 a.m. Pacific time. It's gonna be rough. Yup. It's gonna be rough. Rough. Okay. Now the question of... Yo, thank you for the good luck. The question of, does ADEF want to do another race? He just did a race. He seemed like he wanted to do a second race, but we'll see if he actually wants to after that race. 3 hours behind EST. Yes. 3 hours behind Eastern. So it would be 10 a.m. Eastern. That we would start. Oh, thank you for the good luck, Inori. Bet. Oh, this is gonna be so early. Okay. Let me first, we're gonna time something real quick while ADEF is finishing up with whatever he's doing. And then if he says, you know, no, we're not, I don't want to do another race, that's fine. But if he wants to, then we'll be available. Something along the lines of, Mitch, if you're still here, I'm not gonna do another one. Maybe Josh will earlier. Okay. Well, we'll time it anyway. I'll hang out in the channel, so if anyone spontaneously is like, oh, want to race? Then I can just be like, okay. And starting at 10 seconds. Go. We're just gonna time different pathings to get to both Leonine and Fort Height. So first I'm gonna go the way that I normally go. See how long it takes. Then we're gonna go an alternative way. So the way I usually go is like this, and then I'm going to sit instead of touching the grace because I already have the grace on this file, but it should be approximately close enough. Touching a grace and sitting at a grace takes approximately the same time. Oh, good morning, Gagan. We're going to ignore picking stuff up in the graveyard because there is not stuff to pick up. And also it would mess with the timing because how well I do the graveyard could mess it all up. And then because we've done Radon, I have to go all the way around this giant crater, but I'll have to do that for both timing methods, so it should be fine. Alright, and then I'm gonna touch this grace. Then I'm gonna warp back. And see how long it takes from Aguil Lake South. So it's currently been 2 minutes, 10 seconds. You think the seed we got all 4 Great Runes early is the best example of how RNG can be your friend and enemy by giving bad enemies bosses? Yeah. I guess I would describe it that way. Where it was like, it had the Great Rune luck to be a world record, but it had the boss luck of being like a really slow time, and they averaged out to a pretty good time. Alright, and then we're gonna end on touching this grace here. And time. So it was 3 minutes minus 7 seconds. So 2:53. Now we're going to do the same thing, but I'm going to not get the Aguil Lake South grace whatsoever. We'll go at 3:30. Ready, set, go. Oh, what a max stank. Alright, so this will now be go. Which I guess I should have been going that way the whole time. Going around doesn't make sense because we don't need the Seaside Ruins Grace. I should have been going this way. Oh well. Whatevs. I don't think it makes that much of a difference if I'm going Lake South. It makes a much bigger difference if I'm going this way, though. Your cut looks really nice. Thank you. Is there a Kazan bounty going on? Apparently, but it's got like 1 day left. It's been going on for like a week, and there's 1 day left. So, if I had known there was a Kazan bounty, I probably would have participated, but trying to get in on a bounty the very last day and trying to remember how to play the entire game and all the bosses up to that point, and seems like maybe not the best idea. I mean, like, I do probably still know them pretty well because of the fist only, but alright, and I'm gonna perform an unnecessary warp here because I would normally have to warp, and I don't want to give this method an unfair advantage of losing out on a warp. Just because the other one, you would do warps that you would do anyway. And this way, you would also do those same warps, so it's the same number of warps. But, when testing it, I wouldn't technically have to warp. mean, kind of a nice path here. And 3 minutes almost exactly. So it's about 7 seconds slower to do this way. 7 seconds slower, but if you don't have to go to Leonine, then it's like 20 plus seconds saved. Wait, actually, is it even 20 seconds saved? Hold on, let me test that. Let me test how much time it saves if you don't have to go to Leonine. If you do eventually have to go to Leonine, it's 7 total seconds lost. Alright, we'll head at 7:10. And the only thing I'm going to test is just the time to get to the Spirit Spring. Actually, I don't even need to go all the way to the Spirit Spring, just to the jump up towards the graveyard. So if I go directly there... What time did I say I started? 7:10? I should really remember this better. When we're playing Kazan with new hardcore mode and not seeing the boss stage pure posture is actually a really fun way to play. Oh. I didn't know they added a thing like that. Alright, and 8:10. 1 minute. Almost exactly 1 minute to go directly. Versus if I start at 8:30. Which French streamers are you facing in the 6v6 tomorrow? You can type exclamation teams to see exactly who all. Which I always have a hard time remembering the exact 6 names. Or relay participants, which was the original command I made, and people were like, that's too long. And it's like, you're right, that is too long. Should have been teams this whole time. Okay, so we're at a minute here. Minute 14. So it takes 14 extra. So if yo, hey Def, thank you for the raid. Welcome on in, Raiders. If you want to only, if you don't think you're gonna go to Leonine ever, then you should skip the grace and you'll save 14 seconds. If you think that you will go to Leonine later, which is just a pure guess. There's no, like, way you could know that or not, because this is, like, the start of the run. Then you should pick up the grace, and in total, across everything, you lose the 14 seconds now. You save back 21 later, so you end up saving 7 total seconds if you think you're going to go to Leonine. Interesting, interesting. Hi, what up, Spacebird? So, effectively, if it was 50-50, whether you're going to go to Leonine eventually or not, it would be better to skip the grace. Because on one run, you'll save 14 seconds. On the other one, you'll lose 7. So you average out to saving 7. So it'd be 1/3 if you think that you are going to go to Leonine on more than 2/3 of all runs, you should grab the Grace. And if you think that you are going to go to Leonine less than 2/3 of all runs, you should skip the Grace. Yes, this makes sense to me. And I think you go to Leonine on less than 2/3 of all runs. So I think you should skip it a Grace. I think you should skip it a Grace. What's the probability of having to go to Leonine? I don't know. Given that it is not an efficient check, given that it is one that you would do almost as late as possible, I would say that most of the times you will not need to go to Leonine. Most of the times it will not be the best idea to go to Leonine. I would say probably you go to Leonine under half the time rather than over 2/3 of the time. So I think skip it a Grace is right. I think that is true. Unless there's any other hidden benefits to the Grace, there's not really any items to pick up. There's one single item to pick up along the way. Obviously, I'm not willing to spend 14 seconds for one item. But if an item is worth, like, 2 seconds, now all of a sudden the math becomes a little closer. So I don't think it's bad either way, but I think it's slightly better to skip it a Grace overall. Yeah, this makes sense to me. This makes sense to me. Slightly overall better, skip it a Grace. All right. All right. So we may race Josh later then, but for now, let's just do a solo practice. All of them, I did some party with them. Like, it's gonna be really cool to watch. Yeah, it's gonna be a lot of fun. Which Grace? The Aguil Lake South Grace is the one we were looking at, Adif. The one that's right next to Bloodhound Knight Darrowil. So that one I had been getting because it saves overall time if you're going to go to Leonine, but if you are not going to Leonine, it loses time. So all right, we'll try runs like that. We can keep track of, in our runs today, how many of them need to go to Leonine. Leonine is not that bad of a check, actually. Like, oh, game crashed. But it's not, like, the best check either. All right. Oh, an Executioner's Great Axe start. Just like the race they just did. Oh, a Golden Halberd start. Rotten Battlehammer's fun. Rotten Staff is fun. A lot of fun ones. A lot of ones that you definitely could enjoy. Ooh, Hero does have a good stat distribution as well. Hero has a really good stat distribution. I think for me, it's an Executioner's Great Axe, but the fact that Golden Halberd just has Golden Vow, so even if you find another weapon, you just still have Golden Vow. Maybe that is just better. Maybe Hero's just better, because even if you don't end up actually using Golden Halberd, which is still a great weapon, but like you can find something better and just having Golden Vow. I think that's actually better. I'm gonna go with that. Oh, I could also have Golden Vow consumables, but ooh, Green Turtle Talisman. All right, that sounds good. PTSD from Trina's torch Limgrave in the French. Wait, did we have a St. Trina's torch? I remember we had Sentry Torch start. In fact, our current PB-ish, not PB, but our current ongoing run for the French challenge literally started with Sentry Torch and is still alive currently. Okay. Omen armor. Cool, neat. Waving, impersonating Yathlon, yep. Okay, so I'm still fairly confident that the best starting route is to grab the great runes that don't require fighting first. Did I say great runes? Grab the key item checks that don't require fighting enemies first. For the highest chance that you get upgrades, stones, runes, new equipment, anything that can help you out go faster. But only ones that you can get to through Limgrave. Then fight your way through Stormveil, unless you feel particularly weak, or you feel like there's a chance that you can skip Stormveil, like that one time where I got 3 Great Runes to start. But otherwise, you go straight through Stormveil. Use that to get to Liurnia. Grab the pickups in Liurnia. Then I actually think it's Radahn before Makar, unless you already have 3 Great Runes. Because you're gonna check him at some point anyway. And then it lets you have the option of going underground, which I think is a good potential. Yo, what up, Shafilovsky? Yo, what up, Svoidu? Okay, nothing too interesting there. I did get a single smithing 1, but this is a very low number of smithing stones to have at this point. We always need this grace so we can come back for underground later. Do Radon Primacar if you get lucky with Dectus, right? No, because we're allowed to do the Radon stake skip, and I mean, unless we want to make a rule for it, if you can do the stake skip, you can just get to Radon before going to Altus. He just spams infinitely. We could make a rule that you need to go to Altus first, which would be a reasonable rule. Because obviously you're supposed to do that normally, glitchless. But, well, like true glitchless, skipless, whatever. But I believe in glitchless speedruns, you are technically still allowed to go to Radon via the stake skip before you go to Altus. There's no reason to in glitchless speedruns, but I don't believe it is against the rules. Well, we did get Dectus 1 anyway. And then I think after Radon, you check your number of Great Runes. If you're at 3, you go Makar. Because then if Makar has one, you're just done. But if you only have 2 or fewer, I think you actually just go underground, do those 3 checks, and if you get one there, like underground, you could then use that to get to the capital and never have to go through Makar, never have to go into Altus, and like, I think it's actually faster. It's our sneaky strat that I think will either pay off big time in a race, if there happens to be something there, or will completely lose me the race if it happens that underground has nothing and I'll have wasted an infinite number of time. But I think in terms of actual efficiency, like number of checks per minute, I actually think it's good. Challenge run is Sunday. Yes. The relay race is Sunday. Sunday. Scorpion Charm. It's good to get that out of the way early. I'm too French pilled. No. We lost him to the French. I'll never forgive them for this. There might be a way through this area that gives more item checks, because I do want to check items in Caelid. They can have better smithing stones. Ooh, like that, like a somber 5 is excellent. Oh, let me out. And we also have the Frost Wet Blade. So we can Frosty our... If we swap to a weapon, if we find something we like more than the Golden Halberd, and an Ash of War for whatever else we find, we can make it Frosty. Festival's trigger is in Altus, or you can do like a Ronnie quest that takes longer. Hello! What up, Carillo? Is the order of who's playing decided? Yes. If you type exclamation teams, you'll see them in order. Now, we say decided, but like day of, if something needs to change, something could change. We're not like hard locked into that, but we have an order mapped out. E.G. Jaren, E.G. Yeah. It's looking like this is one where we're not going to have good upgrade materials from our initial pickups. So we'll probably go Liurnia before we head through Stormvale. The running efficiency I don't think is going to be worth the lack of weapon efficiency. Somber 3 is nice. Because I don't have a Somber 1 at all yet. Just a 3 and a 5. Yeah, just not enough. What's the lore reason for a festival triggering after Altus? Enough time has passed? Don't have a casualty for this one. Oh, he's just stuck down there. Unlucky. Yeah, so we're gonna have to go straight to Liurnia now. Unless we happen to be able to, like, buy them from Kale or something. We could also check a graveyard in Limgrave, but that has to be way less efficient than just going to Liurnia. Smithing 1. Oh, well. Smithing 2. Sure, I'll purchase. Real quick, I'm going to upgrade this twice. And the reason for doing that now is because now while riding, I should be able to drop and pick up my golden halberd, which doesn't take as long, and should get it immediately to +1, I believe. There we go. Do that efficiently while riding so that I don't have to, like, stop while menuing. I can menu while moving. Maybe there's an NPC in Altus we can summon in the fight or something. Oh, you know what actually I think it is? I think it's Blythe. No, because Blythe isn't there. I was gonna say I think it's Blythe. Like, he gives up his quest to chase after Darrowell or something if we go to Altus, but I'm not sure about that. He doesn't do the, I'm situated in Mistwood. Whatever, forget it. It's fine, I didn't even want to know. Alright, let's see if I remember how to do the skip. I did. Caught. Alright, the skip is not here. It's here. Shrimple. No throwables, unfortunately. I probably should have bought the crafting kit. No, I think we start with the crafting kit. Yeah, we do. It gets activated partway through Ronnie's quest line. Since it's part of that quest, the Altus trigger is just for people who don't quest or something. Or something. Okay, how efficient is grabbing this item? Honestly, not that bad. That's a potential pickup for sure. If I want to get pickups along the way places, that's not bad. Yeah, I mean, I truly just think the only main reason for Radahn's quest being, or Radahn's activation being locked at all is they just didn't want you to stumble upon it super early. They just wanted there to be, like, theoretically, time has passed, you've gotten stronger, you've, you know, found stuff in the world before stumbling upon it. Ooh, Somber 2. That works, because now I can use the 2 and the 3 that I have. Oh, another thing I need to time. Getting to EG. Chris was grabbing a Grace down here and then walking around the 4 belfries. I don't know if that's faster than just taking the teleporter at South Raya. That I'm gonna have to time. So remind me to time that after this run, I suppose. Or I could time it during. Carrying inverted ain't great. Yeah, Chris was taking the time out to grab the Grace. It's over here somewhere. Any knowers of where this Grace is? Oh, there it is. I guess this does let you go by another graveyard. So it'd probably be efficient for this run because we need to find a graveyard. We need to find stuff, but it's there. Aha, we found it. Why is my eye? I might have like an eyelash in my eye or something. But in general, I do want to know if it's actually faster to go this way. So we'll time that after. We'll definitely time that after. Because I've always been under the assumption that the teleporter was faster, but the teleporter might only be faster for in-game time as opposed to real time. Still no great runes. Explain how the relay race were won. 6 players. If you are the second person, you can only start going as soon as the first person completes. Oh, God. Multiple terrible enemies. This graveyard has a ton of items, but also a ton of enemies. Graveyards always make their items so inconvenient to pick up. Crystal darts is kind of cool. Alright, I don't think I need that last item. Enemies killed by previous runners will be removed from your game. No. It's just 6 separate speedruns. Yeah, I'm almost positive this is slower than taking the teleporter, but slower but worth it if you need the items from the graveyard, I suppose. There is a certain amount of gathering that you kind of need to do early. Okay, so now we'll go upgrade. Oh, that's so bad. Getting a Halig tree half this early is so bad. Well, at least Ensha just isn't that threatening. Maybe it's not that bad. Yeah, so I do 2, 3. Don't have enough 3s right now, though. Smithing stone 3s. Twos don't need. Okay. We almost have enough where we'd be able to do a back and forth. But I need 1 more smithing stone 3 to make it work. ADF not stick around for another race, or did you just miss it? ADF did not stick around for another race. He was done after the one, understandably so. Would you say it's almost a magical level of gathering you need to do? A magic the type of gathering. But Josh will be on later to to race, probably. I thought today was going to be the big race day, but turns out most people were like, one race and then I'm done. And it was like right after I'd gotten food, so I wasn't quite ready to jump into a race. I was like, I want to finish eating my food first. Well, that puts me heavy. Okay. Ah. The classic. I got your weapon. Ooh, opening hard tier is good. Not sure I've ever seen anyone actually use this weapon. It's a good weapon. It's like probably like a high B, like a B plus weapon. It's not like an S. It's maybe an A, maybe. The guy. Let's just do endurance for now. So that way I can... Oh, still can't quite.
What's it to you? Step back. You
Why is it always me? That was what makes it B+, and the moveset is good too. I mean, yeah, like... Maybe you could argue Vow with this versus no Vow with something else. Maybe this is, like, arguably A. But yes, Vow is a lot of what makes it good. It's just got also a good moveset. It's got, you know, pretty good stagger, not bad damage. Like, there's nothing wrong at all with Golden Halberd. The Golden Vow is really nice. If you think of it as, like, how good of a weapon is this to find at some point in a randomizer, then it's A or S. Because even if you want to use something else as your actual damage, just having Golden Vow is huge. Hey, Great Rune. Free Vow is insanely OP. Yep. First time here. Congrats on the bingo brawlers and good luck in the relay. Yo, thank you. Like, to put it in perspective, I haven't yet found a better weapon out of all of these. Maybe Winged Scythe. Maybe Winged Scythe is better, actually. Is Winged Scythe better? Winged Scythe might be better. I do love me some bleed. It might be a little dual weapon. Halberd if something can't bleed, Winged Scythe if it can. Something like that. Oh! Well, this sure is one of the encounters of all time. Especially when they both just stick together and won't split up. And when they finally get them split up, the one that's far just throws projectiles. Sure, yup. Of course, he would throw that right as I'm healing. God, this is so stupid. Okay. Barely made it through, but we made it. Miyazaki looking at Goss and do it. This is such an awfully designed boss. Put it in. Put it in twice. But make them slightly different. Only slightly. Was I surprised that was a rough fight? Yeah, it was a rough fight, but luckily a lot of the early fights are just scaled to be pretty easy. That works. Hey, great rune number 2. Leonard looking healthy. Well, might be a skeleton horse, but looking beefy at least. And so now I'm gonna go. Well, actually, first I'm gonna go to the Table of Lost Grace. I'm gonna do some swapperoni upgrades because I should have enough to do that.
Those are the Chalivine and what?
That should be enough that I can drop both of these. I guess I only need to drop one because I'll have to drop the other one eventually anyway. Upgrade that with the 5. Redrop this. And go on our merry way. Sure, I might use a guard counter. Crucible squad, all the different Crucible Knights at once, yep. And make sure they don't take their turns. Make sure they all attack at the same time. Ooh, Somber 6. That's exactly what we needed. Tooth Whip, the greatest weapon of all time. That's what we really needed. Also, I do wonder, but Golden Halberd might just be better than Winged Scythe. Devonia being Devonia, yeah. Biggest gameplay change you would want to see for Elden Ring 2? Better designed bosses. I don't mean more visual or cinematic or better music. All of that's great. Keep all that. Just make their moves more fun to interact with. That's about all I really want. Give me Elden Ring again, but, like, do it right this time. Other than that, I love almost everything about Elden Ring. Yeah, I feel like it's maybe just a commit to halberd angle. Well, maybe once I get 40 vigor. Any news for Elden Ring 2? Nope. I think the... Oh my god, both giant hands? Both giant hands are right next to each other? That's so funny. I didn't even know there were two giant hands until recently, but like... I think that was the both of them, unless one of those was only a really big hand and not a giant hand. Around 400 a hit for this one. $200 a hit for this one, so yeah. Does actually hit for a lot less. The bleed will be nice. But Golden Halberd, I guess, is actually just kind of better. It's not like this one hits like way faster. Just a whole bunch of golden seeds. Nice. Yo. What up, show me movies now? I have smithing of 1, smithing 5. I need more. I need at least 2, but probably 3 smithing 5s for it to count as the next somber level. Excuse me.
Bless you.
Thank you for the bless. Oh, I forgot to check Albus.
Hydrate.
Thank you for the hydrate. Hey. So Elden Ring had a built-in co-op option. Yeah, Elden Ring with built-in co-op would be pretty sweet. I mean, there is. It's just like not like a. It's just very annoying to do co-op that is very short-lived. You only can like drop in for like a boss fight and then it's like, that's it. Now go away. Isn't functional. It's... I would maybe more describe it as barely functional than not functional, but it's... lacking. Oh, no. Well. Surely this will go great. Well, I can one-shot these at least. That's quite an advantage. Okay, that one, first one went really smooth. Hopefully the second one will go like that. Whoa. My camera turned all the way around for no reason while I wasn't touching it. Okay, their scaling here is just not that high, so we're totally fine. All right, cool. I'm surprised the scaling right here is this low. Thorny, cracked tier, and I don't care. The Night Rain first boss? First boss? How would you classify which one is first in Night Rain? That is in Night Rain. The Demi-Human Chiefs. Smithing 6 will help if I can get the 5s. Maybe 40 Vigor is too much for before Lane Dell. The scaling just doesn't get that high. Surprised I can't wear a heavier helm yet, though. Got your Night Rain Market Relic after reaching depth 5. Oh, well, random question. Would you use display pick, and is there a story behind it? Because it's now Mitchja. Who did make Mitchja? I don't actually remember. Valiant Hunter. Oh, nothing down here. This is so sad. My genius play has backfired. Is now a good time for a coin flip? You're bad at reading rooms. Probably. I think now would be a fine time for a coin flip. I made it all automatic so that any time is a fine time for a coin flip. I would say the only time that maybe isn't the greatest time for a coin flip is if, like, something has just happened and we're, like, decompressing over it. Something bad happened and I'm like, we're processing through it. Because I won't be able to acknowledge the coin flip at that point, but otherwise, I think it's fine. Although, yeah, now that you've asked, now you've kind of spoiled the moment, so now you really shouldn't. Now would be a terrible time. Flip's unavailable anyway. It is? Wait, why is it unavailable? Was it not working? Did the bot break? I know that the do a flip was not working for some reason. I would say AGNL, but I can't remember. Right, AGNL I know has done several of the, like, modified emotes, but I think it was not her who did Itchja, if I'm remembering right. Which I could be not remembering right.
Hydrate.
Sad, still no great rune there. Give her the hydrate. Alright, we'll go blue Retta next. And then we have a decision to make. If blue Retta gives a great rune, I actually think we go Leonine after. And if blue Retta doesn't, I think we have to go through Makar. Solana 5s. Yep. All flips are paused. I never know it's one or two. It's the preferred ones. Well, some should be turned off, as not like paused redemptions, but like off. The correct ones should be on, but if anything, paused redemptions. Ow! Oh, multiple really bad birds. But it's fine. Does it mean you play mouse and keyboard? I mean, it's very normal
Redeem the coin flip and
easy.
chooses tails.
There you go. Sklort. Those are heavier as well, so we can get even more endurance for even more defense. Going through a blue Retta feels like it takes forever, but we did time it, and it doesn't actually take forever. Uh-oh. Bug duo. Nothing. Okay, I have to go Makar then. Leonine by itself won't be enough unless it somehow gives 2, which it won't. Although technically it could have the key to either Raya Lucaria or Volcano Manor, which could have the 2, but Most likely we will need to go through Makar, because even if it is the key to Volcano Manor, we will need to be through Makar to utilize it. So Makar it is. Thankfully they stagger easily, yeah. Dangerous, but stagger easily. Do I have... Oh. 1/2 of Haligtree, 1/2 of Dectus. If I had the full Dectus, I could...
Hoping my sub message isn't my last for a while. Pausers hype.
Pausers? Nope. Nothing interesting there. Oh, Skort! Thank you for the sub. Welcome back to the bunch. Enjoy the emotes. Alright, the reason to go Dectus is because you could get to Altus faster, but, like, it's not super necessary unless you already have the Great Runes, so you know you wouldn't need Makar. Ooh, Erdtree +1, that's a big one. Here's everyone does controller now, because even though it's like eating spaghetti with a spoon, built-in aimbot to compensate overcompensates. Yep. But that is not the case in like Souls-like, so... Mouse and keyboard is arguably better, but not definitively better. For Souls like Iron Balls, well, that sounds like a pivot to me. Unfortunately, I'll have to go through the annoying process of swapping each boss, but you can even make them cold Iron Balls. Cold balls. Tactical shooters like Counter-Strike and Valorant still go by mouse and keyboard. Yeah, they're also PC only, I think. Is Valorant on console? I don't think Counter-Strike is on console. So they had no reason to make controllers overpowered, whereas like Call of Duty, they sell a lot on consoles. So they needed to make sure that controllers were overpowered so that they can sell their game on consoles.
The result is heads.
Dota on a touchpad. CSGO was on the 360. Ah. Did it have aim assist? Well, I mean, it was on the 360, so... during those days, aim assist was minimal, if anything. Nowadays, aim assist is oppressive. Ooh. A Blood Fiend, he is not going to let me... Oh, never mind. He is going to let me climb the ladder because he fell. Lamau.
Splort has been timed out for a week. Oh,
you can just use controller on PC. You can use controller on PC, but it's not that 100% of people will use mouse and keyboard on PC. It's that because everyone also has the option to use mouse and keyboard or controller, there's no reason that you need to make controller, like, quote-unquote competitive with mouse and keyboard. Like, if you're selling on console, then a controller has to feel good. If you're selling only on PC, if controller doesn't feel good, okay, everyone has a mouse and keyboard. Cold balls. Ooh, 40? Not our favorite thing to see, but maybe the cold balls will slap him good. Excuse me? Okay. Good enough. Pure Blood Knight's Metal. That's arguably bad. Because now I pretty much have to go there. And it's going to be scaled very high. But the thing about Surge 2, is it worth? Haven't played it. So I don't know. Alright, let's see if I can just make it through. Surely. Surely. Oof. Not my favorite one to be active. Not my second favorite one to be active. Were Souls games mainly sold on console? Some were. Demon's Souls is PlayStation exclusive. Dark Souls was console exclusive for a while, then it came to PC. I believe it then sold a bunch on PC. Or at least like a good enough number. Dark Souls 2 and 3 were both also on PC. Bloodborne is still console exclusive as well. Sekiro all platforms, Elden Ring all platforms. And then the Duskbloods, the new game by FromSoft, will be exclusive to the Nintendo Switch 2. Okay, you know, we're just gonna quit out. OG Demon's Souls only PS3, yep, and new Demon's Souls only PS5. Because they did a remake. And they still didn't put that remake on PC. I mean, yet, I suppose. They still could. Oh, you hit hard when you're scaled up like this. You know that? Alright. I'd rather just use a longer reach weapon. You think you can wild strikes me? I can see it. I invented the wild striking.
The coming of our dynasty.
Mitch win. Okay, well, not there, so that's that's bad. This is a seed that we are having to check a lot. The remake on Switch 2, right? Maybe you're wrong on that. Thought I'd seen it on the store. You can play not the Demon's Souls remake, no. You can play Dark Souls remastered on Switch. Yo, Tech Bro! Yo, they were the 5 gifted subs. You've gifted 10 in the channel. That's where I got the number 10 from. It confused me. Let's go. How bad is the seed compared to yesterday? It is not yet as bad as the seed yesterday, but it's on the same trajectory. It is on pace to be as bad as the seed yesterday. Okay, so I'm actually gonna go... I actually don't think... Since I've already gone underground, I don't think there's any reason for me to head to the, like, proper section of the capital. On pace makes it sound almost positive. Hey, getting the worst seed ever is kind of positive. It's like a new record. And records are cool. Yo. Thank you, Ashir. On paper, I think console exclusives are good because they promote competition. If one company makes a really good exclusive, then the other does the same, and we get better games. In practice, though, it's Sony keeps doing exclusives while Xbox is doing nothing, and Nintendo has zero competition. I would say I don't think even in theory exclusives are good at all, ever. Like... Ooh, that's a lot of strength. Let's do it. Like, I don't think... you know, like, I think there is a better promotion of competition via you all have to compete with each other rather than you get to not compete with each other by just making exclusives instead. Ooh, big Estelle. Or little Estelle. Like, if all companies had to compete to make the best hardware, I think we'd get better hardware. Instead of, we sell our hardware, even though it's worse, by having exclusive games. No! It pushed me off. Surely we make it up, though. There we go. Oh. I don't think I was supposed to go down this way. Or was I? I don't know. Either way, made it. And then, like, it's better for the consumer of, like, if I want to play all the good games, they have to directly compete with each other to be the best game that I want to spend my money on. Instead of like, well, I really want this other game, but I can't afford that console, so I guess I have to buy this worse game instead. Because it's available on my console. Exclusives are good for funding games that otherwise wouldn't be made. Yeah, exclusives are never good for the consumer, but they can be... They can be... a reason that a game gets made, so they can be good for the publisher. Or not publisher. Publisher would be the exclusive people. The developer, that's it. But also then, sometimes people will use that as an excuse for a developer that clearly, obviously, it would get made anyway. Like, I've seen people say, oh, FromSoft would never have been able to make the Duskbloods if it weren't for being switched to exclusive. It's like, FromSoft? The studio that has outsold their projections on every game they've ever made. One of the most successful developers outside of, you know, the Call of Duty and, you know, like, that FromSoft wouldn't have been able to make a game at all if not for exclusivity at this point. I don't think so. In the days of Demon's Souls, that was 100% true. We literally know that the only reason Demon's Souls was made was because of its exclusivity. That they very specifically, wanted a PlayStation exclusive competition for the Elder Scrolls. Which is not what we got, but... That doesn't mean that every console exclusive exists only because they were console exclusive. Curse mark of death. That's not even it. Demon's Souls was an Elder Scrolls competitor. That's what it was supposed to be. That's what they told Miyazaki to make. They said, Miyazaki-san, we want you to make a game that will be a competitor to the Elder Scrolls. We want that style of game. And he went, okay. And then he just made something not that, showed it to the Sony execs. They were like, we hate this. This is the worst thing I maybe have ever played. No more funding for you, but whatever. Just finish out the game and release it. We don't care. Just release it. It's gonna sell 0 copies, but whatever. You've already put in all this work. Might as well release it. That's basically the story of Demon's Souls. I think they're right. Dustbloods wouldn't have existed, which doesn't mean much. From what I understand, it's more of a side project than a real main game. But I mean, they have the funding for side projects. Like, unless we're saying it wouldn't exist because FromSoft won't take risks. Like, they have... FromSoft absolutely has the funding to be able to fund full side projects. They funded Night Rain themselves. To be like, they couldn't have possibly afforded it is, I think, just wrong. Ooh, Executioner's Great Axe. Oh, the cold balls are better, but against the Clean Rot Knights, maybe I should have used the cold balls. I kind of forgot to swap. Honestly, though, Golden Halberd, not bad. It's doing just fine. It's doing pretty good. Bayonetta 2 wouldn't have been made without Nintendo because it was going to die, and Nintendo funded it to keep it alive. There's a reason it's exclusive, yeah. Wasn't Demon's Souls something that Miyazaki took over the project of after the funding was more or less cut? Something like that, yeah. Oh! No! That sucks. Well, I gotta know there's a big dog up there that will instantly knock me off as I get to the top of the ladder with nothing I can do. Oh, there's a Stake of America. Thank goodness. Where does it put me? Right where I was, pretty much. Nice. They were really nice on this pathing. Yeah, how do I... If you'll excuse me. People ignoring Dustblood's like nothing. Switch is literally the second biggest ever console. Dustbloods will be a system seller and many FromSoft fans will join. Possibly, and that's probably why it's exclusive. It's probably not exclusive because it's the only way it could get made. It's probably exclusive because Nintendo said, we will throw a large bag of money at you because we see how much your games sell systems. They probably did it for Nintendo's benefit, not for FromSoft's benefit. They did it because they were greedy, not because it was necessary. Perfect example of a game being console exclusive and being really, really bad is Halo 5 compared to Call of Duty, which also sucks, but is not console exclusive, and it had millions of people playing it because of the Battle Royale, which Microsoft and 343 have still not done, although now Halo will come to PlayStation. Yeah, people didn't like Halo 5. I didn't play it. Got the Switch only to play Breath of the Wild. I can imagine people do the same for Switch 2 and Dustbloods. Yeah. People do buy consoles just for one game. Sometimes. Not everyone can afford to do that, but some people will, which again, sucks, right? It's really bad for everyone except for Nintendo. It's really, really bad for every single gamer that it is a Nintendo Switch 2 exclusive. Especially because it's Nintendo Switch 2 exclusive and it's an online-only game. And the Switch online capabilities have historically been really trash unless they upgraded it with the Switch 2. It is all negatives for everyone except for Nintendo's wallets that they are going to get more sales of Switch 2. FromSoft will lose out on sales of their game. Gamers will lose out on getting to play a game that they probably wanted to play. And on having good online services. And Nintendo will win. I guess FromSoft will also win because they probably got a huge sum of money to make it exclusive. Whoa, Tanith! Bro, put something on! Tanith! You can't just... Oh, and of course it was nothing. Full-grown metter. But I hardly know her. I feel with how FromSoft has done in the past, probably not greed, but a way to have more money towards Elden Ring 2 or whatever. I mean, maybe. If they put all the sales of Elden Ring 1 into developing Elden Ring 2, they'd have way more than enough money. Like, but Dustbloods was in production before Elden Ring launched, so maybe they didn't know Elden Ring would do as well as it was going to do. Maybe that's why they made it console exclusive. I don't know. But either way, consumers lose. All right, to Leonine. 20 to 30 FPS Bloodborne on Switch 2. Yeah, the Switch 2 is probably as powerful as a PlayStation 3. It could probably handle a full 30 FPS Bloodborne, surely. Ooh, Dragon Crest Shield Talisman. That's a good one. Surely. When it launches, I'm guessing you're playing Dustbloods? I don't know yet. I think I will have to... Oh, it's Invis Assassin. I was like, oh, there's no night boss here. Cool, it must be daytime. Nope. It's nighttime. There's just an Invis Assassin. Aha! Like, if I'm being entirely honest, I really want to just say, no, I'm not playing Dustbloods at all. No, I'm not spending $500 on a Switch 2 to play Dustbloods. Are you crazy? That's what I want to do. But as a business decision, it might be worth it. I don't know if I can make back that $500 with, you know, the hype of Dustbloods and people wanting to watch it. And who knows? Maybe I try it out and then I'm like, damn, this is the greatest game ever. This was worth $500. But I don't really want... Like, it's not... It has not pulled me to be like, I'm really excited for Dustbloods. It's like, I'm not excited for Dustbloods, but I know, you know, people will probably want to see me play it. So I might play it anyway. Which you can run decent titles if optimized. I think Bloodborne would be able to run at 45-ish since the resolution is low. I mean, hopefully, like, if they actually re-released it for any system, they'd try to get it up to 60 FPS. Because that's... I think that should be not only the standard, I think that should be the bare minimum nowadays, is 60 FPS for a game, but... I know there are still games being released, I think even on the PS5, that have, like, high fidelity mode, 30 FPS. Which I'm like, bro, I would never. I would never play a game in 30 FPS. I don't care how good the graphics look. I'm not playing a game in 30. No, thank you. If it's like 60 and it looks really nice versus 120 and it looks less nice, I might opt for the 60 and it looks nicer. I might. Not 30. Give me something good. Nope. Well. The only options left are the worst possible checks. I'm pretty sure. I don't think I've missed anything. We are missing 2 great runes, and I think we have to go underground to Dragonkin Soldier and Lake of Rot, and I think those are our only options. Samba 6. Do I? I think I already had 6. I think I need 7 right now. Is that right? Yes, I have 6. Could have run at 60 on PS4, but really, really unstably. Ah. Maybe that's originally what they targeted, but found it was too unstable. Despite having PS4 or 5, never played Bloodborne because of that FPS. Yeah. It's rough. Just paid $1,000 for a PS5 that can run 60 FPS Bloodborne, like a jailbroken version or something? Or why? Why would it be $1,000 for a PS5? Can a PS5 just run Bloodborne like at 60? Can that just happen? I used to the 30, maybe because I'm a millennial. Well, I mean, if it like. You can get used to it. If you play on it enough, you can get used to it. But like, I don't know. For some funny things, I have played Elden Ring at 30 FPS with like the FPS locker and stuff, and like it just feels weird. It just like it's over enough time I did kind of get used to it, but it's weird. No motivation to buy a Switch 2, at least until the new Zelda is revealed, but even then, console for one game isn't a priority for you anyway. Yeah. I will buy a Switch 2 if I want to play games while like traveling, while on a plane, and the reason I would buy a Switch 2 over a Steam Deck is because a Steam Deck, I feel like I'm playing a worse version of games that I would play on my computer anyway. And so like I will have played all those games, whereas a Switch 2, at least I can play new games. So the console exclusives do get me. I don't like that they're console exclusive, but they do get me to buy a console for the exclusives. It's like if I'm gonna ever play the next Zelda, it has to be on Switch too, so I might as well do that while I'm traveling and can't play on my PC. Okay, can I get through here, please? Hey, there we go. It opened up. FPS Souls games are a separate difficulty tier, yeah. Oh. That seemed scary. I don't think I should have done that. That jump might have actually just been straight up a time save, but like, that was scary. Reality is that Nintendo does make very good games, despite all their other faults. Yep. They do make good games. And then outside of that, their business practice easily the worst in the industry. But they do make good games. The PNG Pokemon. Look, Pokemon, that is no longer an example that we give. Although I think the newest Pokemon was at least interesting, but the Zeldas and the Marios have remained pretty consistent. I think they just ran out of ideas for how to make Pokemon cool and interesting, so they just kind of said, Game Freak, here, have it. Do what you will. Make the same game 100 times, we don't care. Surely? Academy key, there it is. This is now officially a worse seed than the one yesterday. Because even if I get a great rune from Red Wolf, we will need to go at least one past that. So we have done every check, basically. Like, every check. Like, actually. Pokemon peaked with Gen 5. I don't know. Which one is Gen 5? Pokemon peaked with whichever one came out when I was still
Ron put
a teenager that enjoyed Pokemon. Like Heart Gold, Soul Silver. Assuming the race there's 6 seeds, not 12. Correct. There are 6 seeds. Each team will have the same set of 6 in the same order. Diamond, Pearl, Platinum, Soul Silver, Heart Gold. Yes, that is the peak. If that's whatever gen that was the peak of Pokemon, because that's when I played it. Peak was red, blue. Okay, well, yeah. I mean, yellow. Yellow's just better than red, blue. Other games I think look interesting. Likes to chaotic for me to pay attention to most gaming news. Yeah, that's all you should do. That is the only job of the consumer. Buy the thing that makes you want to buy it. There's nothing at all wrong with that. If you do personally keep up with the gaming news and therefore you don't want to buy something, great. You know, don't buy that thing then. But if you don't care, it's not your responsibility to care. Relay race is probably going to be 12 plus hours. Yep. It will probably be 12 plus hours. Can gargoyles be frosted? I don't think they can, right? Oh! However, they are weak to strikes, so... just nuke one down ASAP with their low scaling was the plan, and it worked. Oops. There we go. What an arena for Gargs? Hey, as long as they're low scaled, I don't care. Still not another great rune? We have 3 checks that are possible left. And then we are literally out of checks and we're missing 2 great runes. This sure is one of the seeds of all time. Wing stance. Weapon makes up for how bad that arena was, yeah. Well, also the fact that I've got just a lot of health and defense. Are we 12 hours because all the bad RNG we're due for good RNG? Surely, yeah. Surely there won't be a single seed that is as bad as this one right here. And an entire day's worth of seeds that we play. That just wouldn't happen. Okay, there's a great rune. Just need one more. Baffled at how bad FromSoft are at making giant bosses, and yet they still do it more and more. Sekiro being the exception. I mean, even in Sekiro, a lot of people do complain about some of the giant bosses. I think they're fine, but like... And honestly, I think FromSoft absolutely has the capability of making relatively giant bosses. Maybe not fire giant sized, because then the camera just doesn't function. But like, even Blackblade Kindred is fine. It's not my absolute favorite boss, but I don't think there's anything necessarily wrong with Blackblade Kindred. They just then shoved 2 of them into an arena for some reason. That's the real problem. Like, if they had just kept it to just there is one of them, like, they're fine. But everyone remembers. Oh no. Oh, don't have those chase me. Wow. Dead from full. Okay. That's Horn Scent for you. That's a DLC enemy not properly scaled down into the base game for you. He really hated me. Hey, Daddy, I'm not seeing a boss's attack. You have to fight a giant foot and pray you anticipate the attack correctly. Yeah, that's... Jesus. Yeah, that's why it's hard to make big enemies. You have to deal with the camera more. Okay, well... the scaling on this should be really low, so we should be fine. It's the lightning one, so we're really fine. Okay, no riposte for me, I guess. Who needs a riposte anyway? Discarded palace key. Wait, we're at the palace. We can use the key. Plasty's just a super boring fight IMO. Yeah, Plasty's not my favorite. Oh, not a great rune. We are down to one final possible check. We have to go. We had to go to Dragonkin Soldier to get the key, to get the great rune. Whoops. Where is it? Not Noxtel Eternal City. That's the one. And then we have to go all the way to Estelle. This is as bad as a seed can possibly be. Now, if Estelle gives us... Oh, wait, no, we could go, no, we don't have to go to Estelle. I'm wrong. We have, since we have, the key, it technically is 5 checks, actually, that you can get from here. We just have to go back to Schoolhouse Classroom, and then we have to go to Noble, because we don't have Deathless routing on. So this might only be the second worst seed of all time, if we find it in Volcano Manor. I should drop some of the weapons I don't need. Can you sort your inventory by when you picked up weapons? Is that a thing you can do? So I could drop the weapons and then sort them so they're next to each other? Trudge. Otherwise, I just probably want to just get rid of my weapons that are in between the ones that I want so that I can more easily swap as I'm doing the buffing. So you can just go and you can just go. There. Oh, Crystallians when I've got a strike weapon. There we go. Hey, excuse me, you're supposed to be passive? Ow. Well, that sucks. They were supposed to be passive, but sometimes they're just not passive. It's fine. That works. Not here. Let me just rest so I don't have the scarlet rot. Mistake is assuming bosses will do what they're supposed to do. Yeah, I guess so. Yeah, but now it is literally Rykard and Estelle left, and then nothing. There's nothing even else that you could possibly check before Capital. Unless I have somehow missed something. So if it's not Rykard and it is Estelle, this will be the upper limit to the longest that a seed can possibly be. Otherwise, it'll be one boss off. Oh, full-grown falling star beast, eh? Oh, man. These whiffs are real annoying. There we go. There we go. Not bad. The half-health Black Knife Assassin. But being really annoying. There we go. And is it? It is Estelle! We have hit the 100% worst possible seed. Yep, seed. That everyone will stick to a pretty specific route for efficiency or go their own ways. I think there are some things that everyone will obviously do for efficiency. And then I think there will be slight alterations to the specific order that people like more or less. Like, for example, I think Chris would, like, not go to Leonine no matter what. He would go to, like, Estelle before Leonine. He would go... Oh, wait, no, there is one more that I've forgotten. There's Moose Jr. Never mind. Wait. We do have 2 left. I did forget about Moose Jr. So, actually, we're at 2 checks left. Maybe I should have checked Moose Jr. before Estelle. I think they're about the same, if I remember right from our timing. I think Moose Jr. and Estelle were about the same. Moose Jr. I think was maybe a little faster, though. I think Estelle is probably the single worst. Only 2 5s. Still not enough. And no 7 somber. Maybe leveling up my health before the Lake of Rot wasn't the best idea, but it'll be fine. Also, with this many flasks, I probably don't need to do the slow rot technique, but It also only loses, what, like 5 seconds? So, to make it a safer crossing, maybe it's fine. There we go. Cinema. The greatest area. I mean, I guess if it is Moose Jr., that's something that somebody could have checked instead of coming down here. Well, they still would have had to go to Dragonkin Soldier of Noxtella to get the key. So theoretically, somebody could have finished it before this. Shocked they didn't make Lake of Rot the slow walk swamp effect. Shocked, but very grateful. All right, we finally made it. Noted for Elden Ring 2. Oh, no. Theo. Yep, alright. Run around a bit. Yep. There we go. Hey, there it is. Our 4th Great Rune. You know what? Just for fun, why don't we see how long it would have also taken to do Moose? Let's get a literal upper bound. Let's do 100% of the checks. What if Moose also had a Great Rune and we were just missing it? Okay, I can also practice the pathing for doing all of the brazier lighting. For fun. Practicing for the Olympics gold and you're doing it for the love of the game. Yep. Sometimes you just gotta practice for the love of the game. We love moose. And especially unlocking it. And tips to Celia with keyboard struggling to learn it. Make sure you jump directly up on the first jump, and then the second one you should hold directly backwards, and you should line your character up. Like you should line your camera up so that you can see the branch directly behind your character that you want to land on. After you get that, it's basically just like turn your camera slightly right so that as you spam jump, you'll jump off the branch and then jump back onto it. And then from there, it's just like take it very carefully. So I think I want to go this way, then... Yes, I do want to go this way first. Then it'll be middle. Then it'll be far, then it'll be end next to it. First one needs to be straight up, yes. Do not be holding forward when you do the first one. Always play Souls games on PC with keyboard and mouse? Yes. Ever since Dark Souls 1, and it hardly functioned with keyboard and mouse on Dark Souls 1. Not Dark Souls Remastered, where they kind of fixed it. The original release of Dark Souls Prepare to Die Edition on Games for Windows. It basically didn't have mouse support. Like, mouse did technically work, but it didn't feel like a mouse. All right. Any tips on how to look as good as me? Make sure to do absolutely nothing at all to make yourself look better. Tell your barber to just do something. I don't care. Make it short. Yeah, whatever I got last time. Yeah, that sounds good. Shave infrequently, only when it's too long and itchy. Pick your shirts based on whichever ones you get for free. This is a place I used to work at. Or ones that your mom buys for you. You do all of that. You too. There was no... So if I had done it in the opposite order, it actually would have been... We needed 100% of checks. That is absurd. Okay, so now we need... the Nameless Eternal City. Those free shirts are god tier comfy. Yep. I'll be as good looking as you. Thanks. Yeah, you're welcome. That's, yep. You're welcome. Let's get to vigor of 50. I feel like is a good safe. Chris says, "Oh, you never need to go above 40," but like, you might need to go above 40. Okay. Did you see a French versus USA PvP in the future? Oh, like the arena dueling? If so, I wouldn't be in it. I don't enjoy Souls PvP at all. It would probably just not be almost any of the same creators if it was like a PvP thing like that. I mean, I don't know. Maybe the French creators enjoy it, but I think only maybe Chris, Aggie, maybe Dom would enjoy. I don't think ADEF would want to do PvP at all. I wouldn't want to do PvP at all. I don't think Josh would. Maybe Josh does. I don't know. Imagine the connection, yeah. 2 hours for 100% pre-capital checks. Yep. So in the absolute... Oh, how did that miss? In the absolute worst case, yeah. We would go over our time that we need to stay under without even making it to the capital yet. In the absolute worst case scenario. Is it pushing me off? I think I'm getting body blocked by this thing. I guess I have to just kill it. Most things are like more tall rather than wide, so they don't usually block you because they're like above you, but I guess... Yeah, it is actually just body blocking me. Yeah, see? Now we make it just fine. While it's playing for Team USA, you can see with exclamation teams. And the order that we're playing in. $140 estimate, by the way. Well, that was original. I think at this point we all recognize it will go above 12 hours. So that's a 2-hour estimate. Which, honestly, still could be rough to have as an average. Because of runs like this. This one's going to be almost 3 hours in total. Where I only could have been like 7 minutes faster if I didn't check Moose. Which I didn't have to, but decided to see the worst case. But yeah, there were literally only 4 great runes before the capital. You had to find exactly those 4. The goats. Owarida, yes. You decided 6v6 and the people, can you tell? We were challenged by the French. They suggested a relay race. I think they said we have 6 people. Can you get 6? Maybe? Or something. I don't know exactly, but 6 was sort of an early decision. And then we went, oh yeah, we can find 6. And then it was like, why don't we just get the rando crew that happened to be exactly 6 of us? Aha! We've got strike damage. Or we've got holy damage. I think they're weaker to holy than to strike, so I think we use the golden halberd. I'm not actually sure, though. Well, the split holy versus all strike. Well, actually, the other one, I guess, is split strike and magic. Both are minus 40, okay. Balls was probably better then, just because they're, like, generally a better weapon, but that wasn't bad at all. I don't think the French with Forza is good. I know Forza, Chemist, Pearl, they're a really, really, really good team, like, for sure. They will definitely be strong competitors. They might even know, you know, strategies we don't. Very possible that they come out and they know of some skip that we don't, and they all use it to save time, or... Okay, I should get a little more endurance. Win for the sake of the Statue of Liberty. We gotta keep it. Can't let them take it back. Goodbye, Edred.
Thy part in this.
We do a race review after, like every Bingus. For 12 hours, probably not, but I will watch it live. I will commentate on it live. You guys can watch me live, so it'll be like a live review as it's happening, I guess, but... The horns, a husk. The flame, and guide you. But I will probably not then go over it additionally afterwards for another 12 hours of watching. I'll be there for all 12 hours of watching initially, but I'm not gonna then do 12 more hours. Are there stakes for the losing team? There's stakes for the winning team. They get the Statue of Liberty. Will it be live? Someone hosting this or just POV? I'll be hosting generally. Like, multiple people will be hosting. Multiple people will just be watching the whole thing. Chris wants to watch the whole thing as well. So if you'd rather listen to him talk about the race than me, then that's another possible spot, but yeah. There is no one official host. Just anyone that wants to watch the whole thing can watch the whole thing. It is not like Bingo Brawlers, where Captain Domo is the official channel. It's just all participants can. A small F. I do see 5,000 dropped frames. So apparently there was a small F. Employed any spies to infiltrate their streams? We have not. They may have employed spies to infiltrate our streams, though. The problem with infiltrating their streams is we don't speak French, so could be tough. Yeah, we need the 5s and 6s. I got you. All right. Go watch all their streams and tell us if they've got any cool strats that we don't know about. USA wins, do we get the Eiffel Tower? You know, we'll probably have to clarify that at the start of the race. Maybe. Just learn French. Uh-huh. Oh. Hi, Yori. Hi, Yori. It's so interesting that we always somehow get here at night, where that boss is actually spawned, despite night being less than half of the time, I believe. Maybe it is exactly half, I don't know. But also, any time that you would die, it sets it to day, so it's more likely at any given point to be day than to be night. But somehow, every time we get here, always night. Winner gets full ownership of Canada. Do we really want that, though? right. Replace the Tim Hortons with Krispy Kremes. Aha. All right. See you on Sunday. One more of those. 2 more of those. All right. So I don't actually have to unequip the iron balls because I'm equipping, or I'm upgrading thing I have. And unless it gets to 8. Which it will, actually. Wait. So then I can drop this, and then it's 8. And then we make it 9. So then I actually have to un-Ash of War this so that I can unequip it and drop it. So that I can re-equip it so that I can re-Ash of War it. And then I just need 8s and or ancients. Okay. I do the little loopy loop, the little back and forth. Why is Canada catching strays? Because it's funny to make fun of any country. Anvil hammer is interesting. There's 6 from US. Me, Aggie, Dom, Chris, Josh, Adef. Have I ever been to Ontario? No, but I have been to Quebec. I don't think I've been to Ontario. If Ontario's on the west, like, generally coast between, like, Washington and Alaska, then maybe I've driven through. But I don't know where Ontario is. Because I've gone from Washington to Alaska via Canada, I'm pretty sure.
Hydrate.
Thank you for that.
Hydrate.
Thank you for the hydrate. Mesmer! What? Another strike or holy. Okay. Dark Moon Ring. I'm surprised we haven't found a 5th Great Rune yet. What key item checks have I even, like, are even left even past Landell? There's, I think, Plassey and Sewer Moog are, like, the only ones out of the way. Ronnie ending! Holy. I'm gonna have certain events trigger to change the time of day. Like when you first meet Melina in Limgrave. It switches tonight regardless of what it was before. It's possible the post-Morgott meeting does the same. I'm almost positive it doesn't, but that is a good thought. Maybe that one doesn't, but give me Thorny Stone Barb. But there might be an event that does change it like that.
This world and death, are you to commit? Very let my hand.
I'm pretty sure that Morgott doesn't change it because of in speedruns. I think if you have died at any point, it will end up being night there, whereas it wouldn't if you hadn't died at any point up to that point. Maybe it's the lift itself? No. No. You're not always night in Forbidden Lands. In speedruns, we would go through Forbidden Lands and it would be day. If I had not died. No, it would be night, unless I died. Sorry, the other way around. It would be night unless I had died at some point, then it would be day, and then I'd get to skip it, I think. There was something where if I had died at some point during the speedrun, it would be a different time of day than if I just went straight there. So it can't be an action that happened immediately at Morgott or after. Otherwise, it would always be the same time of day. Something else along the path. Yeah, very possible. Okay, with some 7s, I kind of want some 8s or an ancient, but... Oh, please be an ancient. That... It has the word ancient in it. That was not the ancient I was thinking of. Oh! Mesmer! Fall of my beloved people! Quiet Mesmer is weird. Okay. $240 plus gonna get flamed. I mean, this is literally 100% of checks. I feel like this is still fine. It will be above 240, but I think that's fine. For 100% of all checks. How many times I watch Mr. Crazy Skilled gameplay? Always amazed. Yeah. The more that I practice, the less that I amaze myself, but maybe this is too much vigor, but like I feel like it's fine. Still great rune 4, yep. Wild that. Okay. Cool. Doesn't that mess up the rhythm of fighting without their OST? You don't really use their soundtrack for anything, but fighting without the sounds that they make on their attacks, yes, can absolutely throw you off a lot. The easiest example of that is Estelle. Yo, Slatokwat. I don't know if I said that all right. But thank you for the gifted sub. Yo, first gifted sub. Let's go. Estelle, the grab, he makes like a particular noise as he's like winding up to grab. It's like I don't know how to describe it, but if you fought Estelle, you know the noise that he makes when he's winding up his grab that lets you know right as he's about to snap. Without that sound, it can be rough. Little greedy on the hit. Oh, come on! I really hate when you're literally touching them and your attack doesn't hit. Like, it makes no sense. I'm literally, I cannot get closer. My character will not move forward. How does that not hit? Well, that was a really annoying start to Sanguine Noble. And a really annoying continuation. Just all the moves where I don't get to continue, eh? It's fine. Spiked! Cracked tier, that's the one I really want. Only 3 bosses from the end. We see some Sekiro randomizers anytime soon. If I have a goal for it. I'm a very goal-oriented person. Make a bounty, put up money on the line, or make some sort of new challenge that gets everyone to go, wow, that sounds really fun. Let's all try that, or... Otherwise, yeah, maybe at some point. I'll probably do more Sekiro randomizers. They're a lot of fun, but I don't have a reason to do them, like, soon or now, unless there's, like, something happening. About business. And it doesn't have to be monetary. Like, a bounty is just an example of a way to build hype around it. It's not literally the money. It is the fact that it gets people interested in playing it. Because doing it just by myself, for myself, is fun. But I like it better when it is against, you know, other people. When there is some sort of a competition. It doesn't have to be like a direct competition, like there's a winner and a loser. Right. Oh, yeah. Aw. This is so sad. Oh, wait, don't ever do Braggart's Roar. There we go. I got rid of it. What a well-designed duo. They just both run at you. They just perfectly frame trap and combo you with nothing you can do. It's a really, really well-designed duo. Worth taking the hit. Okay, just run away twice so all of your poise gets reset. That's cool. All right. In my bones, a tarnished cannot become a lord. Not even you. A man cannot kill a god. For duos Crucible Knights and their duo fights sucking. Yeah, yep. Name a more iconic duo. You can't. Mogged. No nihil. No phase 2. Oh boy.
Percent raw input percent.
Percent raw input percent. That was way early. Hey. Nice.
Thy strength
Beef.
a crown.
The size of the tiger this guy would have to kill to achieve warrior form. Somehow he did it. Okay. Get pretty pissed off too if you were getting hit over and over in the toes. Flashbang. No suck. Nice. Nice. Under 250 for every single check in the entire game. Well, up to the capital, because technically. I kind of want to figure out where the other 3 great runes were, though. Like, what other spots exist? There's Plassey. There's Sewer Moog. And then is that... Those are the only other 2 I can think of, but there have to be 3 more great runes somewhere. Melania. Oh, yeah, there's all of Snowfield. Yeah. The second Hallig Tree half. We probably do have the Snowfield stuff. Yeah. Maybe it isn't as interesting as I thought. For where the remaining ones would be. We don't yet have the Hallig Tree. Oh, there's also Carrion statue that I didn't check. Never mind. There is one more that I forgot in the base game. Well, it's all base game, but in the... Okay. I won't check everything, but... Let's check if it could have been at Carria inverted statue. How long would that have added to our time? Or would that have been a great rune, and then I could have been done faster? Check the logs. That is the last option, yeah. I feel like my pathing here was a little weird, but... Yeah, but that does still mean every single check in the entire game can be done sub 3 hours. Because this will not take 10 minutes. Every check, pre-capital. Kind of wish the Great Rune hadn't been on Estelle, so I would have had to remember this check. Could be worse without cold balls. That's true. But, like... Imagine getting Great Rune luck worse than this. checking every area and also not finding a good weapon. Like, that would be truly silly. Also need an inverted statue. I don't know where you got it. I don't know either, but I feel like it was relatively early and I was like, I don't really want to check that right now. But honestly, it's not like a terrible check. I think we timed it and it was like 5 minutes. Am I what?
Bless you.
Thank you for the bless. This run called French Challenge. It's not called the French Challenge. This is not the French Challenge. This is a randomizer speedrun that we're going to be doing in a relay race of 6 United States streamers versus 6 French streamers. Any time to save in rushing the teleport chest to check Kaled before doing any Limgrave checks? Well, it's the same either way. You can either check one Dectus then the other, or you can check the other Dectus then the one. It's the same. I just do the Limgrave one first because why not? But you could do the Kaled one first. Title not update. Looks like there was a great rune here. We could have been faster. But anyway, all checks 255. All checks 255. No, I forgot one and it was actually important. Got him. Yeah, stream title looks like it's correct. Randomizer speedruns for relay race. Yeah. Asking because at least 3 of the 6 of the French runners do it in that order. Yeah, it doesn't matter. Let's see. We did it in speedruns to reset more often in Kaled first, I think. But you can't really reset in a relay race, so... All right, another. I mean, I could do it that way just because it's somewhat familiar. The theoretical reason why you might go Limgrave first is you can pick up a Grace along the way that is slightly closer to the Celia Trap chest, but you don't have to because you already have Torrent, so it doesn't actually save time. Another one. Why is it not called the French Challenge? This one could if we called this the French Challenge, as in we are challenging the French, it would actually kind of make sense. Okay, so hopefully this time not 100% of all checks. Oh, wait. One more thing actually I wanted to check first. I wanted to time... Yes, I remember what I wanted to time. I wanted to time how fast it is to get to EG through 2 possible methods. All right, so 1 sec. We're gonna time something real quick before we continue along. Time how long it takes to grab the Grace and then get over as opposed to going there. So Hi, Midra. Oh, I'm getting spoilers on our new seed because I already re-randomized, but whatever. All right. We'll start timing from 35. Go. I'm just going to get to the bottom of this rock, and then I'm going to count that good enough on comparison. French, and you're a spy. No! Wait, a spy for us or a spy for them? You've got to prove your allegiance by telling us all their secrets. This feels way faster, but we'll see. And time? So I think 35 to 210 is a minute 35, right? I feel like there's no way that we beat a minute 35 the other way, but let's see. Okay, start 250. Start 250. Good luck for me and my team. Thank you. Okay. And now we go from here, past this, and then to EG. I'm not going to pick up the stuff here. I'm just gonna time how long it would take to go there. And then we can decide if the time loss is worth the opportunity of going to a graveyard. That sounds awesome. It should be pretty awesome. We're already at 450. It's already been 2 minutes, so it's already at least 30 seconds slower. $250 to 510. 220 instead of 135. So it's 45 seconds slower. Yeah, 45 seconds slower. To get the opportunity to check a graveyard. So, in most cases, not worth it. But if you're really missing some somber stones, if you like don't have a somber one yet, and you're like, I really don't want to fight things until I get that, then it can be worth it. 45 seconds is not make or break on like the relay, but 45 seconds is a good bit of time to spend. Then you also, of course, have to spend the time actually looting the graveyard, and that can take time, but yeah. Obviously, looting the graveyard is worth it if you're already there. Okay, cool. Now we can actually re-roll the seed and go on to the next one. Team Mortar trying to work out your pre-workout entertainment. Yeah, Josh, me, Chris, Adef, Domo, Aggie. All right. Now we go again. Start around 17 UTC and end at 19, which is 4 a.m. to 6 a.m. your time. That sounds about right. Yeah, the VOD will definitely exist. I think it could be cool to also put the whole thing into a edited YouTube video. I don't know if others are going to do that as well, but I don't think that would be an exclusive thing. I think anyone could do that if they wanted to, so I think that might be fun. Vagabond with Golem's Halberd ain't bad. Trash. Ooh, Great Omen Killer Cleaver on Hero. Well, we know what we're picking. I mean, there's no... Yeah, it doesn't matter what anything else is. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. It's Hero with a Great Omen Killer Cleaver. That's what it is. Is there a broadcast? I mean, we'll each be broadcasting. There's not a main broadcast. I will be watching each race and commentating on them. So if you want to think of my stream as the main broadcast, you can, but it's not like an official main broadcast. Raises Dex. Grabj. Exalted Flesh is probably the best, but just having... I mean, I think it scales at least a little with Dex, so I think having this is probably better than nothing. Alright. Let's-a go. Smidge too early, yeah. There's always the VOD.
Good luck, Mitch.
Yo, thank you for the good luck. Alright, so I need to level. I want you for the actual main broadcast. You've always been a great commentator. Oh, thank you. I mean, it'll be whoever people want to watch. People that want to watch Aggie will watch Aggie. People that want to watch Chris will watch Chris. People that want to watch Domo will have to wait until it's his turn because I think he's getting more sleep before then. I guess the slight reason to do Caelid first is you're more likely to die in Caelid, and you could have accumulated some runes, so I guess let's go Caelid first. Why not? How's the relay work? You can only start your randomizer run after the last person finishes. Like the previous person finishes theirs. Oh, it's Old Lantern. Surely it won't see me. Oh god, it saw me. I think we made it away. I think we're fine. Smithing 4 is interesting. Darn, like no smithing stones in this cave. Usually there's at least a few on that hill, but nothing. Isn't it all bosses? Nope. It is only the main bosses can even have checks. Okay, I don't think there's any reason to grab that grace. I mean, unless I'm worried about dying, but it'll be fine. I want to try going up on the roots. I feel like there's a path that should be at least as fast as what I've been doing. Or slightly slower, but give checks like that. Oh! Well, if I didn't somehow squeeze between the cracks there and fall, I feel like that would have been pretty good. Can you grab this while in torrent? You cannot. My top weapon is Swift Spear. It is pretty swift. Swift Spear, infamously bad. Yeah, it's, Somber 4, nice. We had one of these randomizers where we got... Or we use what you get randomizer. Where we got stuck with it for a long while, and it was, yeah. The only thing good about it... Hey, there's a great rune already. Our first check is that it comes with Impaling Thrust, and Impaling Thrust is very good, but outside of that, it is notably not very usable.
To determine if you had, it seems torrent.
That's what they want you to think.
Can take gathering. Very let my hand.
6 inches, 15 centimeters of snow, Saturday to Sunday morning. So a 12-hour event is perfect for not leaving the house. Oh, really? Even though it would snow around now. It doesn't feel like it's snow weather right now, but I guess so. Winter storm moving through the U.S. Ah. Alright, every so often I need to remind myself of the time because we can't have a super late night stream like we usually do. A lot of smithing 4s. Which can get me to Somber 5. Yeah, so all I need is Somber 1, 2, 3 or smithing, I think just 1, 2. No, I think it would have to be 1, 2, and 3. The 5 minutes in Atlanta like 2 weeks ago in November was wild. Ah. I mean, it's still November. But yeah, us getting a bit of snow isn't like that wild here. Dude, sword key doesn't actually help. Thanksgiving or family stuff? Oh, for why I need to not stay up too late? The relay race. The relay race on Sunday is very early, so I can't... If I kept my current sleep schedule, there's just no way I would be awake for 12 hours on Sunday, starting at 7 a.m. Like, tomorrow I should be getting to bed around, you know, now-ish. To make sure I would be awake for it. So today we can stay up a few hours later than that. We don't have to get fully adjusted, but we should not stay up so late that we suddenly have to shift, like, you know, 7 hours earlier the next day. Oh, I'm already most of the way to the Grace, so I'm just gonna grab it and this item. Even though I might not need Leonine this run. Actually pick up weapons you want? Yes, this is like the speediest randomizer speedrun you could see, except that you need 4 great runes to access the capital. That is the one thing about it that's slow. Otherwise, this is, yeah, use everything you want. A lot of the good stuff you might want is only on key item checks. So you don't have to go check everywhere. You just have to check the key locations that are likely to have something good. It is very much a speed run for the randomizer. Mitch getting sleep? No way. That never happens. Somber 1 is good. Somber 2 is great. Okay, we've got Somber 1, 2, 4. So I still need a single smithing 3. This is not a park you need to pick up literally every item in Crab Soul situation. No, this is not like those settings in the archipelago. Those were silly settings. Yeah, this is only the most important key items that we need to check. Not every boss. Not every item pickup. Excuse me. Somber 3's a crowd. I mean, Somber 2 equivalent will be fine for Stormveil. So we probably just upgrade now and send that at Stormveil. I can also check Kale real quick. Although I don't know that Kale could possibly have what I'm looking for. Twin Maiden Husks could, though.
And I can also that you're not then wine. I am Carl.
Oh, I got, like, nothing to sell either. Yeah. Okay. All Elden Ring Archipelago, all item rando sounds fun in a cursed way. If only Elden Ring was on Archipelago, we would probably do that. That sounds incredible. Maybe not exactly that, but something similar. Fingerprint grape. Graped. Isn't the race in just 8 hours? No, it's in a day and 8 hours. Eight hours would be the 29th. Yeah, nothing. Do I even have a somber... A somber seal. That works. Okay. 9th in India. Will it be the 30th in... And then I don't have... I do have smithing 2. I don't have smithing 3s, though. Okay. Close enough. In 8 hours, will it be the 30th? Hmm. So only Asia and Australia it'll be first, I guess, by the time we start. Oh my gosh. The insta-spray plus attack, that was, that was dangerous. The night. The hands of the fell omen shall brook thee no quarter. At 8 p.m. on the 30th there. Oh, that sounds about right. So then that's right then. Still on the 30th. Yeah, okay. The gate. I need to spend my runes right now. Almost forgot about that. Open is insane. Yup. Alright. We can absolutely commit to this weapon. It's always you because it's faster. You thought about checking out the Convergence or the Reforged mod? Pretty nice content. I've thought about it, yeah. I mean, there's a lot more stuff that I probably should just do like that. Like, for the sake of people enjoying watching it. It's just like in general, I'm so goal focused. I'm always like, what's the next important thing that I do right now? You know, I'm like, oh, is there a bounty happening that I can only do right now? Is there a challenge going on that people are going to care about right now? Is there... Rusty key in the rusty key spot? I thought this was a randomizer. But yeah, just doing something like that would be a lot of fun. I also, there's some Sekiro mods like that I also need to check out. Long May the Shadows Reflect. I did play Sekiro Resurrection, I think is what it was called. Or Resurrected or something, which was fun. But yeah, definitely those overhaul mods are very cool. I just never have like a reason I need to play them now, so I keep being like, yeah, I'll play them at some point in the future. Probably. A lot of okay-ish weapons. Excuse me, excuse me. Modders are so talented, so generous. The best of humanity. True. I guess Wild Strikes doesn't work great on Black Knife Assassins. I was hoping it would. Nice. Yo, Mozzarella, thank you for the raid. Welcome on in, Raider. Oh, if I can catch her in a corner, it works. One day,
we'll return together to our home, bathed in rays of gold.
He didn't do the ending. So then it's just me doing it by myself, which is a lot less cool. I don't have time for all the games. You have to prioritize something, so it makes sense, yeah. Okay, now we could use more endurance. I don't need that grace.
Good luck, Mitch.
Thank you for the good luck. I don't need this grace either. Did we just start with every craftable unlocked? I did not know that. Don't worry, it was cool as hell. I'm sure it was. Me going, my work is finished. All right. Have a good one. Oh. You gotta turn around. That's right. That's right. You can't jump out of that window there. Reverse Sentry. Thank you for the raid. Welcome on in, Raider. Huge raid. Okay. Ow. Oh! I hate those DLC worms. God! All the enemies in here, they're just all bad. Hey, stop. Okay, none of that was even worth it. Got 4s. I need a 3. One 3 would probably be enough. Do I want to check the graveyard for a 45-second time loss? I think the answer is no. I think I go Makar, next. Hopefully get the upgrade materials before Makar. But even if I don't, immediately after I can get the bell bearing. So it is a little out of the way, but it's not like overly out of the way. Well, before Makar, we'll check Albus. Place is always cursed, yep. Oh, Halig Tree Medallion is bad for me. That means that we have to deal with an invader next time we want to upgrade. No great runes lie with me, not a one. Okay. So after Albus, heading to Makar, I do still think probably makes sense. There's a few checks along the way, which might let us skip the bell bearing, and then if not, there's a bell bearing. Even though my sneaky secret strat is to not go Makar and instead go underground. And prage that I just never have to go to Altus at all and save infinite time. I don't think it'll work this time because my weapon will just be less upgraded for that. Okay, not a great rune. The list is in the order, yes. All right, to Makar. So maybe instead of going Makar, it would have made sense to do the graveyard check before EG. Because if I found the 3 there, then we could go back to our oops all underground plan. What kind of car is it? Oh, it's a hand-me-down Lexus. If I'm not coming back to EG, I actually don't need this grace if I'm just gonna level at round table. I am an old. Okay, I do have it favorited, so if I want to upgrade it EG, I can actually do that more quickly than I could at Hugh. And so that's what I should do. That's what I should do every time. I should upgrade at EG instead of Hugh. It's faster. I wonder if it even saves close to as much. I need to time how long it takes to go from Godric to Liurnia versus going around Stormhill Shack to Liurnia. Nothing. It's a Genesis GV60 Magma parentheses worm. Oh, is it a car that's actually called a Magma? I don't know cars. Yo, 9 souls. Thank you for the raid. Welcome on in, raiders. It is nice. Good one. Oh, Somber 3. I knew it was worth it to come to Makar. Look at that. Looky that. Good old Sombre 3. Skipped PCR Meteor. Let's go. Second playthrough. Huge. So, like, fully done with second playthrough then? Huge. No, actually. Aha, you've saved some base game for last. Spirit Sword. Ugh. And only for the 4 mandatory DLC bosses. Ah. Technically it's 3 mandatory DLC bosses. Three? Yep. Mesmer, Romina, and then Fia's doesn't officially count as a boss because it doesn't have a boss health bar, even though it clearly is a boss because it's clearly a difficult encounter. That's... and then PCR. Actually, Leda isn't a boss. Leda was a boss and had a health bar. Not a boss health bar. She's just got an invader health bar over her head. Probably because they had trouble getting it to work like Fia's. Based on who exactly is and isn't in the fight. They probably just had too much difficulty getting the health bars all lined up depending on how exactly it worked out. Either that or lore reasons they wanted to make it, you know, officially an invasion. All right. So now we should upgrade at EG. But also, before I forget, that's great. That's a funny, like, synergy. You could do, you lose health over time, but attacks restore health. where the lose health over time is you do more damage.
Then I presume.
All right. So we upgrade that. Drop that to make it 10. Then we can make it 12. All right. Cool. De-streaming and stuff. All right, no worries. Let's get a little more endurance. Mogma worm again. No phase 2. Easy. Wait, I don't actually have to continue on from Magma Worm right now. I can go back to my plan of Underground. Gotta be up there with Gary face, Garrus face. All the seeds. Are you ever scared of accidentally discarding a weapon instead of leaving it? Like a little, but there's the "Are you sure?" prompt, which is a good spot for the "Are you sure?" prompt. The "Are you sure you want to delete something?" or even "Are you just sure you want to drop something on the ground?" is something you should be very sure of. Oh, bear. Easy. Thorny Cracked Tear is awesome. Glintstone Wetblade would be awesome, but it would get rid of my Wild Strikes. But there's times where that might be worth it. Hi, what up to Goblin King? Guess we've got our best armor on, so we're good on endurance for now.
Good luck, Mitch.
Thank you for the good luck. Now our secret underground strat. That's not particularly secret at all. How the runs going? The first one was like the longest seed of all time, but that's good practice. We got to practice remembering every single check location in the entire game. And I forgot one. But ended up figuring out that even checking every single location, it took 2 hours, 55 minutes. So you should always finish in under 3 hours. Even if it is literally on the very last place that you check. I mean, the Great Rune will always be on the last place that you check. Because once you find it, you'll stop looking. Anyone vetted the seeds that'll be used in the relay? Nope. We would need some third party to do that. And like, what would we vet them for? What would we even want from them? Like any random seed can work just fine. Check Nile. You can't get to Nile before the capital. You have to go through the capital to get to the lift to get to Nile. So it's not a spot that we will ever need to go to, because as soon as you get into the capital, you can rush straight to the end. So the checks is everything you can possibly get to before the capital. Number 8. Okay. Just to make sure that there are more than 4 available before the capital. I mean, I guess that would be nice. There will always be at least 4. Fewer checks required, right? Okay, Wild Strikes is actually bad for this because it does very little poise damage. There's speed. Break them both, Wild Strikes them both. Six bad seeds is possible. Yep. And we've let them know that. We'll be fine. If we go 12 hours, okay. From 7 a.m. to 7 p.m., that's fine. If we go 14 hours, it goes to 9 p.m., yeah, I'll be awake at 9 p.m. I'm fine. I'm chilling. But on their side, they could have some trouble. We suggested maybe doing 3 Great Runes to make the seeds faster on average. But they were adamant that 4 Great Runes be used. As they said, to reduce the variance, because both players will probably have to check most things. instead of one player checking a few things and getting lucky. And, like, that's true, but, I mean, it's also a randomizer. There's also going to be people getting lucky. So... Alright, given that we only have one Great Rune, it makes sense to do the Moose first. It will not take 18 hours, though. It's not going to be 3 hours a seed. That was a one in, you know... 1 in 100 or 1 in 1,000 or something for a seed to be that bad. We're not going to get that on all 6. But we could have, you know, 4 of the 6 go well over 2 hours, you know. Like, 1 is 210 and 1 is 230, you know, like... We could have some bad ones, but... It's not going to be all 3-hour seeds. Says the man who got 21 tails in a row. Yeah. But what's the chance of getting 21 tails in a row again? You know? Oh, I never actually rested, so we don't get back our physic. Oh, well. Is it both base game and DLC? No, only base game. Oh, more Crystallians. Gosh, that's so nice. Okay, unlucky. Under the power 6 is in 1 trillion, slightly less likely. Yeah, just a little. Oh. It's the headless one that does weird things. Where's the Stake of America here? That might be farther than the Grace. It's at least not significantly closer. Do a little zigzagging so it doesn't see me. Like a crocodile. Its vision is bad at catching you if you're zigzagging. Okay, we've got 6s. Now we just need 5s, and we'll have a pretty upgraded weapon. Yo! Deku, thank you for the good luck, and thank you for the raid. Welcome on in, raiders. I probably need some more vigor. Early damage stat and then vigor once you start getting closer to being able to make it to the capital, I think is a good compromise. Like, Vigor is the best at just getting through fights, but faster is faster. Ooh, some sort of spawner. Oh, never mind. It's just Dancer. NPC should be fine, although I am a little concerned about not having a wall to... Can you... Sure. Hey, Great Rune number 2. We gotta check just random individual places. If Caria Manor has one, then I will check Leonine. If not, then we'll go into Altus for Elemer. Well, Elemer was still pretty inefficient, and that was assuming that I already was going through Altus. Maybe Altus is like a perma skip. Maybe Leonine is more efficient on average than Altus. Maybe even... No, it's probably crazy to say. Maybe even... fully underground is faster. But what if? Imagine. Great runes can be anywhere or just boss checks? Only major boss checks. Bosses with an achievement, a Great Rune, or Remembrance, I guess. A Remembrance, a achievement, or a boss that directly blocks your progress to some... Like, it is the only way to go somewhere. So, like, for example, Blue Retta maybe has an achievement. I'm not 100% sure. But she also is, like, the only way to get to, like, Ronnie here. So I think she might count for that as well. I don't know if Margit has an achievement, but he counts. Red Wolf, I don't think has an achievement, but he counts. I'm imagining, and I don't think you're right. But what if I am, though? We can time. We can check both. We'll probably have to, and then we can time them when we check them. If all I've done is killed Magma Worm, and I don't need to go through Altus, we'll see how long it then takes to get through Elemer. Rick! There's no way we can beat Rick. Ow. think Leonine, honestly, is just better than Elimer anyway. I think from my testing. Maybe it's like slightly worse if I hadn't grabbed this Grace, but I have grabbed this Grace, so... But Leonine, we know, it was like 440, but it'll be faster than that because I now know the skip. But it'll also be slower than that if I had not grabbed this Grace, so... Got him. You're the GOAT. Thanks. That was... Woo, tough fight. Soldier of God. Rick. Cell might be a worse way to go versus Elmer, but Leonine might be faster than both. Yeah, I think that's probably right. Estelle is really slow. Dragonkin Soldier of Noxtella also really slow, and they're both on that same path. But... some of the time loss is getting through Deep-Root Depths, which will save me time later when I'm getting into the capital, so... And that Elden Ring is the hardest Souls game when I met Rick for the first time. Yep. I mean, how much harder could it be than literally impossible? I'd have a good one, Deku. Will be streaming tonight? I also want to save your sleep schedule to wake up on Sunday. Not too late. Probably 1 or 2 a.m. So that's probably this run and one more after this. That'll probably put me more like 2 a.m. than 1 a.m. So it's a bit on the late side. But honestly, like, in theory, if I had to go to bed at 2 a.m. tomorrow, like, 5 hours of sleep, I can function on 5 hours of sleep. I have. I often function on 5 hours of sleep whenever I have flights because I just can't sleep for more than like 5 hours when I have a flight the next day. So yeah. This one and one more seems like it'll probably be around perfect. Have any of my old students came into chat and said, "What's up?" Yes. A few have. Few of them watched for more than like a few days before the novelty wore off, and they were like, all right, that was neat, I suppose. I will keep this as a fact in the back of my mind that my former teacher streams to show people, but I'm not gonna, you know, actively watch. There was one, though, former student who watched for a while and, like, was relatively normal as just, like, a viewer and occasional chatter. Oh, Invis Assassin. Do I have Sentry's Torch? I don't. Do I have any summonable? I do. My man flies. Get her. This sure is one of the boss designs of all time. Hey, there's number 3. All right, I'm doing it. I'm going this way. I want to time from the grace that we must pick up along the way, and I actually don't think Dragonkin Soldier is going to be that bad. I actually think this is the optimal play. I was legit scared of the fight at first. I mean, it's a scary fight. What do you mean at first? I'm always scared of that fight. Most of the mechanics pretty quickly, though. Did not have the Sentry's Torch. Yeah. But, like, the Black Knife moveset is just too, like, erratic for the gimmick of being invisible. It's not the worst boss you could have picked. There's definitely ones that could have been way worse as invisible, but too much, like, backing off, like, you know, running around, like, keeping track of it should be the interesting part. Okay, from here, 10500. 10500 is when we're gonna start heading to Dragonkin Soldier of Noxtella. But the problem is, like, with a Black Knife Assassin, you figure out where she is. You're like, aha, I've got you. You go to attack her, and she, like, dashes back, and so you just miss her, and you're like, oh, okay. I mean, I saw where you were. I did the smart part, the hard part of, like, figure out where she is while invisible. And then you don't get rewarded for it. And then you'll, like, know where she is. You're like, I'm tracking you. I can see her there. And she'll instantly, like, lunge at you with the grab. And it'll just grab you. It's a command grab. And you'll just get blasted. And you're like, well, I knew where she was. Like, I was keeping track of her, but didn't really matter. So definitely they could have... Ooh, one of the 5s. That's what we need. We need 3 5s. Because we already have the 6s, and then we'll have a really nicely upgraded weapon. Another 5! Oh my gosh, just one more. I made Lion Sword Man boss invis. Oh, that would, yeah, I don't know about that one. Like, I guess of all the bosses, Black Knife Assassin at least is, like, really low damage, really low health, so it kind of works, but... What would be better in Viz? I mean, nothing would be as thematic in Viz. If I said, like, oh, Pumpkinhead would be better in Viz, because they're, you know, way more stationary, and you can, like, follow them better, and their swings are easier to, like, hear that they're swinging because of the exertion, but it's like, but why would a Pumpkinhead be invisible? Yep. Oops. Forgot about that gap. Well, never mind. Our timing is ruined. That sucks. Oh, good morning. There we go. It was about a minute 15 that we lost due to the death, so... Okay, so actually... Yeah, taking out that death. That's only like 4 minutes to get to Dragonkin Soldier. That's not actually that bad. I don't know why I grabbed that glove board. I don't need that. But I really wanted it. It was so shiny. 4 minutes and 15 seconds, maybe 4:30. But that's still... That's about as long as it takes to get to, like, Leonine. It's not like Leonine is the best thing, but... It's acceptable. Oh, Knight's Medal. And this, I think, is not actually a key item. Yeah, it's not. All right. Well, let's send it then. Knight's Medal, I believe, is more likely than most other checks to have a key item. Because it has, I think, 2 key item checks on killing Moog. At least I know you can get 2 Great Runes from killing Moog. What about Twin Gargoyles? Only the one. Is it fast too? It's pretty fast, but we already went through that. That's how we got to where we were there. Like, if you've done all the bosses before Twin Gargs, it's actually like one of the fastest checks in the whole game. Ooh, smithing 7s. I already have 6s. I still just need a 5. 1 smithing 5, and we will have a very upgraded weapon. Why does this basilisk have infinite health? What basilisk was that?
Are you here as a...
Ooh, there's a somber 9. I'll take your bell bearing, and I'll try to remember that there's a somber 9 on that. I think I already have enough that I could make a somber 8. Well, if I get one more smithing 5. Oh, I actually have a somber 8. So I could definitely get all the way up to somber 9. If I get one smithing 5. DLC Basilisk probably? I guess so, yeah. I don't remember. Where is there a Basilisk in the DLC aside from the Deathblight Dancing Line? Big Hand. Oh, speaking of Dancing Lion. Oh, that's a really bad place for him. The scaling here is... Yeah, look at that scaling. If it's the Deathblight one, we might just be cooked. Aw. Okay, good. Oh, he landed above me so I don't get the hit. Nice. All right, we take those. Aww, but nothing. So sad. All right. 1:17:25 is when I'm gonna start heading towards Estelle. And I think it's gonna take like 5.5 minutes if I remember my timing from last time, but I don't actually remember. Unless I die! Holy. We're fine. It was easy. I was never worried for a second. See, it was easy the whole time. A great ones, you need 4. This grace I think is entirely skippable because all it is we go to the Lake of Rot. From here. Oh, I guess there's a few super minor enemies, but theoretically you could die. Somber 6 gets us there. Somber 6 gets us our fully upgraded weapon, I'm pretty sure. So if I... Yep, it's at +5. It'll get us to +6. We have enough 5s to cover the rest. Yeah, all right. It is time for the weapon upgrades. Oh, I should have gone to EG. Oops. Ensha is a reminder of my failure to go to the optimal blacksmith. Even if Ensha wasn't here, EG would have been faster. Just because you don't have to run over here like this.
Those out of a chat find them wet.
Alright, so we start with the Golden Order seal. Then I unequip and drop the Omen Killer Cleaver, which gets up to +15, skipping the 5s entirely. Then I upgrade with the 6s and the 7s. Then I drop and pick this up, which makes it 8. And then the 9 I have to go buy with the bell bearing that I picked up. Yes, yes, yes. Boom. Ease. It might be Zalish's work. Aha! I think that's right. I think that's right. I think you found it. You cracked the code. Oops. Okay, and then we once more leave and pick up, and we're +22. And get to the Lake of Rot. Or Team USA is Force and Chemist on Team France. Yes, exclamation teams has the whole list. Dr. G. Which Dr. G? Why do you get rotted first before you start running? Because if you roll in the rot and then only tick up to the rot because of the lingering rot on you, it ticks very slowly. See how I've only had to heal 4 total times going all the way across the Lake of Rot? I probably would have had to heal 8+ times if I just ran and got rotted by the lake itself. The lake rotting you does powerful rot. Rolling in the rot and letting only the lingering rot you gives you minor rot. I don't know exactly how much more powerful it is, but it can help you get across if you don't have enough heals to get across normally. Insane 5-head work. Well, that's definitely not something I discovered. That is... something someone else discovered and told to me, and I was like, oh, that's smart. Also weird that it works like that, but we take those. Bye-bye. Hey, there we go. 4 great runes. Oh, you even timed the warps. I was gonna do that, but I forgot to do it, so I was like, I just won't worry about it. So what does that mean? If you take out the warp time, how long did it take to get to Estelle? Is Wild Strike's the best Ash ever? Depends on what you're fighting. But oftentimes, yes. Boost. Wait, 2 minutes from 7 minutes. 5.5? 5.5? 305? What? No, it's more than that, right? I think it's 5 to 5.5, I think is what it is. Which is not the worst thing. Like, it's worse than Elimer if you're going to go through Altus anyway. But if you are just not going through Altus, if you're just gonna go underground instead, then I think this is just better. $505. Oh, nice. Yeah, that's not bad. That's not bad. Elimer was like 4.5 or something. if you're already in Altus. So, wow, okay. The underground stuff isn't that bad. And it was also like 5... I was like 5 or 5.5 for Tanith, although then you don't have a fight at the end. Make sure you can't possibly body block us. Oh, very annoying enemy to kill because it keeps the bleed after. Actually, 515 still good, though. Okay, that's... We still take those. That can still be our secret tech that nobody sees coming. If it has great runes, like if everyone else didn't check there, but that's the necessary great rune, oh my god, we could make up like half an hour on our opponents. Granted, also, if I go there and it has nothing and they went to Elimer first and it had it, then, you know, we lose like 10 minutes checking those two things, but... These are the risks you take. The other thing is by going to those areas, we got higher end upgrade materials that let us get our weapon more upgraded. So for the rest of the run, we'll do more damage. Why does everyone backstep when leaving an elevator? So it's the best at keeping your momentum going in the air. If you roll off, it's like as soon as you leave the lip of the elevator, your character just like drops straight down. If you run off as well, it's pretty much you drop straight down, whereas if you backstep off, you get to keep a little bit more of your speed. The one that keeps you the most of your speed is sprinting and jumping. Not just sprinting and running off an edge, but sprinting and jumping off an edge. The problem with that is that in an elevator, you're waiting until you clear a roof. So if you run and jump, you're going to just like hit your head on that roof, and then you're not going to make it. So you'd have to wait longer, be lower by the time that you clear the roof. Dang, wild strikes. And so that extra time waiting till you clear the roof makes it so that backstep has just the slight edge. I think there are situations where running off an elevator, though, is better. And I don't know that I blabbed them all out. I just always backstep off because it's what I'm used to. You get to see moose frequently in Canada? Well, I'm not in Canada, but I would assume it's not super frequent, but it does happen. And I've never seen a moose except maybe at a zoo or something when you were young. Ah. I'm sure it also depends on where in Canada you are. Canada is a very large landmass. Oh. Omen killer. Time to... see who's the better omen killer. Oh no, I'm gonna get poisoned. There's no way I'll win in time.
Thy part in this shall not be forgiven.
So true, Morgott. I don't need to upgrade my weapon again, so I can actually level after Morgott, which I usually don't, and guide you.
Shall I let my hand share them with me?
We just jumped straight through that guy's throne. Kind of rude. Well, he was already dead, so... Random sound a boss makes spelled correctly. Peak. Yep. It'll be my throne soon enough. Hype for Night Rain DLC on Thursday. Yes. Yes, I am. I forgot that's Thursday. Like, when you say December 4th, it's like, wow, that's only... That's coming up. That's early in the next month. It's like, wow, that sounds kind of close. When you say, it's on Thursday, it's like, oh. Oh, Thursday. Yeah. Yeah, it is, isn't it? That's sooner than I thought. Yeah. All right, and I guess I'll announce it now, and I'll probably also say at the end of stream, but possible that there will be no stream tomorrow for two reasons. One, I gotta get to bed early to make sure that I'm up for the race on Sunday. And secondly, I'm gonna be hanging out with my friend who's got the week off from work. And so... if we're just hanging out and it does not leave time for stream, then I'm just gonna hang out, you know, until I'm like, I gotta go back, I gotta get to bed, whatever. If it naturally winds down, whatever, and I get home and there's still, you know, like 5 hours till I need to sleep or something, you know, maybe we do a little short stream, but no guarantees. Oh, that could have knocked me off torrent and been real bad. Good reaction to do the neutral get off torrent for iframes. That's good to get some quality time in. Yeah. He, for a while, lived in Colorado, so we never got to hang out. But now he's only like an hour drive away, which is still long. An hour there, hour back, you know, takes a good chunk out of your day. But it is no longer like, oh, yeah, no, that's like a whole trip to see you. It can just be like, yeah, just come over for the day. All right. Time zones are stupid. We should all be on my time zone. Then it wouldn't be stupid. Alright, I don't need the thing. Yeah, all I need is an ancient. Maybe some smithing aids as well. But we get those in Ferrum. Right, yeah. Appreciate my buddy breaking and dropping me off. Going to his home, yep. The good old days of bumming rides. Is Night Rain worth it? Haven't mustered up the courage to play it and have not followed it at all. If you don't ever want to play with anyone else at all, you only want to play entirely solo, then in my opinion, no, it's not really worth it. It's a lot of frustration, a ridiculously steep learning curve that gives you no help at overcoming it. It doesn't have enough, like, randomization and stuff to really keep you invested in playing more once you've finished everything. But if you want to play it with friends, oh yeah, it's super worth it. Even if you just are okay with playing with randos, it can be so much fun. And like it being multiplayer, like, is the reason to keep playing it. You don't need there to constantly be, you know, new updates. Although there will also be a DLC. If you constantly get to, like, play with new people and stuff. What do you mean my repost didn't happen? Oh, what do you mean that hit me? I guess a height diff made it hit at a weird time? Not the piano fingers. Jeez, every worst attack. And now, the undodgeable laser. Wow, very cool, Metter. Daylight savings all year round. I hate normal time. Makes you feel bad. Always tired. No energy. Dark when you go to work. Dark when you go home. With daylight savings, you at least have some work or some light when you go home. I guess that just depends on when you work, but I do think the time should just always be the same. I don't think there should be a daylight savings versus not. She's fired. Fire emitter. The savings is far too inconvenient. An hour is much too large of a change. That's why I think we should only change by 1 minute a day for 60 days. I think we just shouldn't change at all. Is that crazy to say? I just think we just shouldn't change at all. I think we should just... I don't think it being dark at certain times of the day just matters that much. Radical thinking. Like, sure, we can decide on which, you know, of the two, or maybe we split the difference or something as our final time at the end, or whatever it is. But, like, just stay the whole year round. Anyway, but I don't really care. I mean, I don't care that much, but, like, it's still weird. That's how you get vampires at daytime? Yes. I do want vampires at daytime. As a software developer, I care. Frick it. Yeah. Do you see all the things? I mean... knowing all the time how to convert to UTC and from is a good skill that we should teach people and people should use. But... only using UTC comes with its own problems of... Right, let's say you want to call someone on another continent. Instead of asking, oh, what time is it in that continent? It'd be like, oh, it's the same time it is here. It's the UTC. And you'd have to, like, look up, like, okay, what is the equivalent feeling time for me of where they are right now? And, like, it gets more confusing as opposed to having our current time represent a daylightness and a evening, morning, nightness. So you would lose out on that if everyone only used one time. Especially if you're trying to go from your, you know, if you're not near where UTC, like, matches up, and you're trying to convert to somewhere else that also doesn't match up, and you have to, like, convert what, it just... Oh, we can, Oof, ouch. But Wild Strikes should hopefully be good here. Aha! Wild Strikes. Strikes again. And again and again. Oh. My jump didn't happen. Comms, that makes sense. Yeah. It like... Yeah, right now, time is annoying to convert on, like, scheduling things to happen simultaneously, but is convenient for knowing what it feels like somewhere else. Whereas, yeah, if we all adopted the exact same time, it would be very convenient to schedule things, but very inconvenient to understand what it would be like to be anywhere else. So, in that sense, it also would kind of be hard to schedule as well, because you'd have to be like, oh, let's go at, you know, 1700, and it's like, oh, that's the middle of the night here, and you're like, oh, it is? Oh, I get, So, yeah. It would have some pros, it'd have some cons. You'd know when someone is talking about, but you wouldn't know what it's like for them. So that's why being able to manually convert yourself to UTC and back is a good skill to have. You could do all of that conversions if you wanted to. When GMT was UK, was all over the map, it failed. Right, you could change how you personally view the hours for yourself, right? You could be like, oh yeah, my day starts at 9 p.m. and my day ends at noon, right? And you could be like, that's how it is, right? I go to sleep at noon, I wake up at 9 p.m. Like, that's how time works for me, right? You could do that. But when you're trying to describe that to anyone else who lives anywhere else, it still wouldn't help them comprehend, like it's just... It still gets very confusing to convert. So it becomes more inconvenient in your day-to-day life, possibly more convenient for scheduling things, and almost certainly less convenient for understanding how someone else is feeling somewhere else. So it's like, there's pros and cons, but I don't know that the pros would outweigh the cons at all. Ooh, Exalted Flesh. Don't mind if I do. Use it on the final 2 fights. Or if there's any particularly hard fight here. This one would not be one of the particularly hard fights. Get one cycled. Maybe a little too wild of strikes. All right. Are we racing Josh? Apparently we are not. Josh wants to see... So Josh made an impossible randomizer seed for Chris to do. And Chris was like, I'm going to do that today. And Josh was like, I want to watch him do that. So, because Josh is the one that made it and picked it out. So, an understandable reason why he would not want to race today. I can be smarter. Renal always brings the kids along when she goes somewhere. Like a little field trip, yeah. The field trip. Good old reliable tree sentinel. Mesmer Arena was the worst for your randomizer run because it was Malekith into Dragonkin. That doesn't sound that bad to me, but I do have a lot of practice on them. Do I have a parry shield? I do. They're mediums, but none shall take the throne.
To eternity.
Ow. Medium parry. He's stalling so hard. What do you mean? Yeah, I don't really know how I was supposed to know when he was gonna do that. Come on, please just work, parry. All right, whatever. Sure, sure.
Not even you. A man cannot kill a god.
All right. As a Scrubs enjoyer, how do you feel about it coming back? What do you mean? It's not coming back. It's never coming back. And they didn't make any additional seasons that didn't mostly involve the main characters and instead had a wacky crew of interns? None of that ever happened. Well, I don't know what you mean. Med students, I guess. And cannot kill a god, we get the god slain screen. Yeah. Oh, not what I was hoping for. Honestly, it kind of works pretty fine with this weapon, at least. What do you mean these things stick around? Oh, and Vike just counters. Vike hard counters wild strikes. But he doesn't hard counter the Great Axe moveset. It's so dumb that that combos. For absolutely no reason. All right. We'll take it. Oh, 5 great runes. Beef. I got the perfect timing on that dialogue cancel. AGDQ starts January 4th, yeah. Thy strength. Beef. time am I aiming for? Depends on the seed. It entirely depends on the seed. I'm just hoping for... Oh, God! As fast as I can go with the seed that I am given. God, this is... There we go. Oh. Oh, come on. Oh boy, wow, what an end to this seed. Easy. All right. Radon into Vike into Watchdog X Sykes. Yup. And time. Woo! 2:07:10. Good arena at least? Yeah, that was actually a great arena for that. We got a nice smooth ability to use torrent and all that. That was nice. Deflecting hardtail. I destroy all the remaining bosses now. Yeah, that's right. We'll destroy them. We'll get them. Okay. I said we were going to do one more than that, but this ended up being quite a long run. So I think I am going to cease now and get my sleep schedule pretty close to back in order for this. And then tomorrow should be easy to fall asleep, hopefully. And then I feel like I should be responsible now. I should be responsible. We did start this stream today early, so ending is pretty darn early, but even so, I think is probably the correct play. Wanted to test something with Stormveil. Oh, going around versus going from Godric. Sure, we can test that real quick before we end up. Real quick. Real quick. Just a little timing. Imagine being responsible. I know, could not be me. No. All right, one quick thing here real quick. So we go to secluded cell. Oh, I can't open the door, but close enough. We'll count touching the grace as close enough to opening the door. So 209:30 start. 209:30. It will technically depend on how close I am to the door at the end of the fight, but real quick, 2 hours later. What? Not that. I mean, surely not. I'm gonna assume no pickup in case I wanted to do speed. And then the way down from here is like this. And then we can end at the grace that I don't pick up, but is close enough to along the way that'll give us some timing measure. 210:38. So like 108-ish to go through Stormveil. Versus 210:55 start. 210:55. Looks like it's gonna be 212:30-ish. There. 212:28. So that's 132 as opposed to, or 133 instead of 108, so it's 25 seconds longer. That's honestly not even like that much. Yeah, if you have any reason that you'd rather go around, like that's totally fine. And that was also not counting the door opening, which I think would add several more seconds. You could end the fight having to walk 5 more seconds to get to the middle of the arena. Yeah, it really just is not that much longer to go around. If you're going this way specifically. If you're going a different path, like down to the merchant, which you shouldn't, then Godric would end up a little closer there. But given that all we want to do is come down here and go take the warp to EG, yeah, it's really not that bad. You'd also often take the grape check, right? Yeah, but, like, that's, like, an option. You don't have to take the grape check, and if you do, you're taking it because you think it's worth it, so I'm not going to count that against a route because you have the option to pick up an item, you know? So, really close either way is kind of the point. Anyway, let's wrap up here for the night. Let's raid Chris. Still doing his randomizer shenanigans. Wonder how much longer he'll be on. Want to check something in Lane Dell 2 real quick? Oh yeah, let's check something. I just got here. Well, unfortunately, we need to be responsible and get our sleep schedule on track for Sunday. Sunday's a big day, big event, so we gotta be awake for it. So, Chris is wrapping up. Oh well. I mean, how hard could his randomizer seed have been? Josh gave him a seed that he finished in only 6 hours. Disappointing. All right. Well, in that case, we'll join him on his raid. Of Kaylee. We'll join after, because we're cooler. We'll wait for him to finish the raid first, and then we'll raid. And then we'll be the cooler raid. You know? Double raid. But yeah, thank you all for watching. Have a good night, or morning, or afternoon, or evening, wherever in the world you all happen to be. And I will see you all later, but we're still waiting. We gotta let Chris's raid happen first. We gotta be the cooler raid. Hold on, give it a second. Give it a second. Chris, wrap it up. You use the raid out now. Raid so that I can raid. Wait, hold on. He's gonna raid in just a sec. He's gonna just give it a. He's put his hand up like he's saying bye. I think. There we go. All right. Send it. Send it. Send it.